Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the
functions that are in the app, because that's something that's usually a little hard for people to understand. And then I basically just talk about shortcuts all the time, hence the Shortcuts guy name. I also had a couple podcasts where I talked about technology with my friend Alex Cox, Smart Tech Today on Twit, and then I would write shortcuts articles for iMore. So now, basically, after a long time of waiting for everybody to add shortcut support, I decided to help people add shortcut support because I knew exactly what it should look like, but I could tell that the APIs and the developer sessions were sort of unclear. There's a lot there, and then how they piece it out over time, they really abstracted the API in interesting ways, but I think it makes a lot of the developers unsure of how to start with it. And so I will say, I recently did another talk called Preparing Your App for Apple Intelligence. I'm going to summarize some of the points from this, but there is a good amount of detail in there about how the difference between Siri shortcuts and app intents, because I think a lot of people learned what Siri shortcuts are, and it's really not the same thing. It's a lot more advanced, and there's a lot of customization there. So there's a big part that's don't build Siri shortcuts, build for Apple Intelligence. So what is Apple Intelligence? Just in case some of us don't remember, and also because some of it hasn't actually shipped yet. So Apple pitched Apple Intelligence as AI for the rest of us. And I think currently that really plays out because it's not ChatGPT. What ChatGPT does right now at the time and other AI tools is very advanced. And I think what Apple has set the stage to be able to take advantage of that opportunity. But I think at the time, they're not necessarily there yet. I think they know that. They delayed it. But basically, just some of the quick features. This is some of the stuff that they shipped, the language stuff. They've got writing tools, mail smart reply, sorting and summaries, priority notifications, reduce interruptions, Genmoji, image playground, image wand, and cleanup tool. And then for text, they've got more natural language search stuff, or this is still photo stuff, but then also recording and notes, call recording, and then all that is basically just features that they shipped this year. But the actual intelligence part was sort of held back and delayed, and a lot of that comes from these domains that they were going to ship with that allow people to add their actions throughout Apple Intelligence, but only in these limited set. So this is also the part where you could really see where their examples started to just become words explaining what these would be because the features weren't actually ready yet. A couple other features, contact card, in-app actions, and then the personal context part is another aspect that you really need to be, Siri will be able to find and understand things that it never could before by creating a semantic index. So a lot of this basically hasn't shipped yet. These features where you can find something you couldn't remember or fill out the driver's license, these were their examples from Apple Intelligence. But basically, in the end, it is all powered by app intents. And so I think that's a low-key part that they've said in the keynotes, but a lot of the features that they've been building towards, they've been building app intents for the past 3 years, not just what they shipped in the last year. So this was the slide that I had before, predicting when it would all come out. This is now my updated slide, because I just don't know. And I think what's super clear for a lot of developers is people don't know why they should care, especially if Apple Intelligence isn't going to come for a long time. It's coming in later this year, or it's not even available now. They're not allowed to say that. The one thing that I just want to acknowledge, too, is like there has been some concern that they'll even scrap the way that they did it. But I think it's really caused a lot of doubt on Apple Intelligence. It's like people don't even know if they have it on their phone, because if you're not using those features, you don't get a lot of the Siri capabilities. So for a lot of developers, it's like, why even bother? The version of Apple Intelligence that ships won't be the one that they shared on stage. I think by definition, it will be better, and there will be expansion upon it. But it will be powered by app intents, because this is a new communication layer across the OS. So let me explain what that means. So what is app intents? App intents is way more than just Siri. And I think that's part of what's confusing about Apple Intelligence. There's so much here. Shortcuts actions, the widget, live activities, action button, all of these different functions all power through this one API. So this is a quote from one of the sessions. All the features that we've talked about have a common theme. They take the core features from inside your app, that are meaningful to someone using your app, and present them outside your app. To do that, you need to expose your app's features in a way the system can understand, app intents is the framework to do that. So here's a little visual from one of their slides. In between your app and all of those system features, app intents is the layer in the middle that allows your app to communicate. When you're working in app intents, this is where I think it starts to get confusing because they've abstracted some of the concepts away so much that it's pure engineering, which is very helpful, I think, to understand it, but then you sort of lose the abstractness back down to what it should actually look like in the end. So when you build intents, which are just actions, and then the entities, which are just the core model from your app, like whatever data in your app is relevant to other people, that's the entity. And then the app shortcut is a deployment of the intent or the entity into Spotlight and Siri. So they talk about these as verbs, nouns, and sentences. Is what can your app do? What does it do things with? And then when you put it all together, it makes a complete function. So this is my kind of take on it, but it pretty clearly maps to actions and intents are the actions part of Apple Intelligence. The entities are what power the personal context aspect. And then basically, what a lot of people used to do was only build the essential actions, and now Apple's recommendation has changed to you should build all of them. And so really that recommendation has changed into the app shortcuts are the essentials. And I'll cover this again in a moment. So a big thing, especially in the age of AI apps, when there's sort of a good alternative at any moment for a lot of apps, the difference between creating friction for your users and allowing them to flow is definitely important. So Apple defines flow as whatever you think to do, you do it effortlessly, and friction is anything that resists getting things done. Just the simplest form of friction is switching apps, because I think a lot of us know that there's so much we do on our computers every day, and the only reason we don't do it on the phone is because it's too small and you're context switching constantly. So a lot of what app intents can provide is the ability to enable that flow with your users. And basically, as the system understands your features, it can elevate them in the right places as well. So I'm going to start getting into how do you actually get started with this? Because I think that's the most common thing that I hear is Apple has this slide that says anything your app does should be an app intent. And that basically means everything and nothing at the same time, because if you don't have examples of what that means, how would you know? And so I think also just some key points to think of as I go through the next examples. There'll be distinct type of intents, and I have a framework for you all that should be like, just do this, and I'll show you one of my sample clients that I did it with. And then also just some of the points about don't make several intents for the same thing, because those can be expanded into app shortcuts later, and you need to structure your shortcuts into flexible intents, because otherwise, if you have these predefined functions, you've basically set this path for the user, but they could set that up on their own with something that's more flexible. So a good example from pre-iOS or pre-Apple Intelligence to now, I worked with Structured, which is Leo Melig in the team. The QR codes, I've got them for the app if you guys want to check them out. This is basically Apple's old recommendations around, there's a lot of, you can see we've got different actions that are populated as app shortcuts you can see them in the app shortcut or in the Shortcuts app, but then you can also find them throughout Spotlight. But here's a good example of, this is actually one intent that's designed and parameterized to be multiple app shortcuts just from one intent. So there are special ways that you can divide your app intents and basically make a less intense version of all of them. Less intense is bad, but it also provides all the functionality for users. So a lot of what they did last year was, and prior to this, was focusing on just using Siri, and it tells you what it did, and then it's done. So you don't switch out of the context that you're currently in. That's actually changed with Apple Intelligence, where Siri should follow you throughout the system. Instead of saying, like, I just created it, she should take you there as she opens it. But I'll have more about that in a moment. And then basically, there was a lot of emphasis last year on providing those intents into Spotlight, and then also the entities. So like, these are the daily tasks that I had, and you can go immediately to the task from Spotlight, rather than open the app, click on the thing, and then go to the task. So that's a lot of that flow. So this most recent year, I worked with Ryan Ashcraft on Food Noms. So if you want to download this and check it out and follow along, there's 48 actions that we created for his app. It is an awesome release. I'm really happy to work with Ryan. He's excellent. And then I'm also working with MindNode Next and Tripsy. So these folks we're in the middle of implementing these, so they're not totally done, but I have a couple of examples here. So just going to make an app intent for anything your app does. I wrote this 3 ways because it's the way they said it keeps changing, but it is like you should have all the functions of your app in Apple Intelligence. I will say you can start with one for now. Like that's usually overwhelming, and so the best way is to start with one slice, but build out that full experience of intents, entities, and app shortcuts for just that part, because that's really important for you to understand what the whole experience should look like versus going wide across all of them with just a couple key functions. You're going to be missing a lot of what can be added. So here is just a display of all the actions in Food Noms. And so as he has different types of meals, recipes, and foods, we have to have distinct actions for food, recipes, and meals. There's not one that fits across both. But then things like logging data and adding it are all kind of, you can combine them to work with food, meals, and recipes. And so there's a lot of overlap and different ways to combine these. Something, a little simpler app, Tripsy, has less data types, but still similar distinct functions for creating trips, deleting, things like that. And then MindNode is even simpler, where it's more just documents and nodes and things like that. So I think one of the things that is confusing and stressful for developers starting out is that you probably will have a lot of intents, and that's okay. That's supposed to be the case. Usually that's why the app shortcuts are more the key parts, but this is just giving users the toolbox to work with. And I think a super important part that sometimes isn't always obvious is that you're really building a suite of actions for the Shortcuts app that will work with Apple Intelligence. And so there is you can test every one of the intents that you build in Shortcuts today. Also, like, these features are available now. You don't have to wait for Apple Intelligence. You can build the entire functionality in today and give it to your users, and they can run with it with Shortcuts. So that alone is, like, I'm the Shortcuts guy. I've wanted that for years and years, and it will be incredible if everybody adopts it, and then every app in the App Store has full shortcut support that users can automate their apps and really engage with your app at a deeper level. So I think looking at those wide range of intents, Apple says to choose from distinct type of intents, but I've created a more specific framework, which I feel like you can maybe relate to in the actual message in the title, because it's called CRUD+FUN, where there's the common create, read, update, delete actions that you'll have to do for any time a user can do that in your app. There should be a function in Shortcuts. But then my model for the fun part of it is there's these advanced queries that users can do to find and pull different types of data, and I'll show all of these in the next slides, by the way. Then skipping to the navigate parts, they should be able to open and search throughout all of your app also. That's part of that Siri experience of, if you're looking at a screen and you want Siri to take you there, if it's not available in Shortcuts, she won't be able to do it through app intents. And then the unique part, I think, is that's basically the fun part, where you can provide all these unique functionalities that only your app can do, and you can add them directly to Siri so that people can do it. They can automate it. They can add it on their action button. There's so much that you can add there. So this is pretty directly, I would take anything that your app does and go through and make CRUD actions for those things, allow users to open to those page, allow them to find and query the data. That one is the most complicated one, and I'll show you in a moment, but it's also one of the most powerful. And then the unique stuff is just even better on top. So here's just some examples of create actions, because I think just hearing that doesn't help a lot, but you can actually just go look at these apps and think of, these are the way that these should operate. It's whenever you're adding a new entity or adding any user customizable data, you should be able to create it in Shortcuts. And then you can also have, a big thing is the open when run experience. So you can add a toggle that anyone in Shortcuts can turn off at any moment, so it doesn't always have to open. But When you say, create a new food in food noms, Siri takes you there and shows you the food. It's not like, I created a food, go find it. Another set of create actions that are just similar is just being able to duplicate stuff and make it easy on users to, like one for food noms is just copy food from yesterday to today because I ate the same thing or something like that. So that's just mostly a convenience, but if you can do it in the app, you should be able to do it in app intents. So one of the ways to retrieve data is just a common get, and this is both very useful, but you need get plus find in order to give your users that full experience. These are more of just a predefined path where something like with food noms is like get all the food that I've logged ever, rather than having like a one query that pulls tons of data. And this is just convenient ways. Again, I think I'll explain it in a minute, but when you add a find action, they can add all these filters, but if you just want to get all of the data, it seems like duplicative to use a query like that, so I still recommend adding get actions. And then updating stuff is just being able to edit stuff after it's been added. And Shortcuts has sort of a unique angle where you really only edit that one value of one item at a time, and you reuse the action to edit multiple things. But this is just a super powerful tool for the users, is once the data's in their app, they can automate through Shortcuts to update all of the stuff on their own, and they don't have to manually go in and open the app. And there's a lot too where you can get all of the data, choose from it in a list in Shortcuts, repeat through it, and then edit the data on the fly. So I've done whole like data entry things from my phone that I would otherwise not want to do because I can just use a shortcut and run it through. So there's a lot of capability for users there. And then also just being able to delete it, because especially when you can potentially get all this data and create 100 different things, if you're not able to remove it, they're gonna be stuck with a lot of extra data that they don't want. And then just a quick tip here is just make it not easy for them to accidentally destroy their entire library and add a toggle that's just like, are you sure you want to delete this? And then they can also turn it off if they're planning on destroying those 100 things they just added. So I think this is one of the trickier actions, but it's definitely the most powerful. And these are those advanced queries where you should be able to filter against all the available details for your entities. And this is a bigger lift for developers, but it is a bigger reward for users because this gives them the full control to work with your app and operate on it, rather than the get stuff, which is a little more predefined stuff. And then I think this is super important because it's the user's data. They should have the control over this. And if you don't provide this, you are holding them back from having this capability. And then so the last couple, navigate, search and open functions. These are pretty straightforward, just that each page you should be able to open into, all the entities you should be able to directly address and pull up at any moment. And then Siri also is adding new capabilities where in Apple Intelligence, you can say like, search for this in your app, and it'll take you straight to that search field and show you the results too. That's sort of, instead of having Siri ask you 4 questions in a row, it's just like, just take me to the search results, and I can see right there. And then the fun stuff is just the unique parts of what your app can do that's not, there's probably not a predefined action out there that does exactly what you do because your app is unique already. But this is where there is I kind of still like the way that you could show when run from before, where it shows it outside of the app, because I've had experiences where, like with structured, it's like, I just want to check my schedule for the day, but I don't want to, I can go in the app, but I can just see it anywhere, or I can pull it up with Siri on the HomePod or stuff like that too. So these are definitely, this is the more fun part, I'd say, of the CRUD+FUN. So yeah, that's a pretty straightforward framework. I think it's almost like, to me, is deceptively simple because that's how I've operated in for shortcuts so long. But I think also, it's just not clear when they say add anything. It's like, I only think to add a couple functions versus like, you need to be able, anytime there's a screen that says copy, delete, that should be an app intent also. So I think when you're going through this, some of the tricks are just to understand when, usually if you're using like the same verb for the same entity multiple times, there are ways to combine that into a single action that has a parameter that just lets you select through those things. And then that also, when you provide that as an app shortcut, it can have versions of each of those parameters still available, but you have one action. And so even just for the users building in shortcuts, having 4 actions that kind of do the same thing is just like a pain in the butt to work with. But then it also has that app shortcuts benefit on top. And so I did mention this to Curtis, that I just happened to look at slopes and that he had an example of just that there's all these different functions for workouts. And I was like, that could be start, pause, play, or what was the last one? Resume. So just something like that is, instead of having 60 actions, you can have 30 or something, reduce it down a little bit there. And so this is a good example of that. We had an add task action in structured, and then it was parameterized to create all-day task or a timeline task or an inbox task. But that's really just one intent providing 3 app shortcuts. So definitely important parts about structuring your intents, and this is deceptively a step-by-step process that you can go through for each one of these. You need to provide a parameter summary for your intent. So by starting off, you should say, what is the function, and then what are the most required actions? That should be a sentence that sort of forms at the top of like, open the time lapse in the camera app versus, or not versus, but and any optional parameters are under the fold, so there's usually a show more button, and users can add more functionality there with shortcuts, but only the required things need to be in the parameter summary. And some of this is also from my NS Spain talk, so there's more detail there if you're interested. And then also, this is going back to those get actions and making everything more flexible. You need to provide that flexibility for users so that they can compose the shortcuts together and not have these predefined paths that you go down, because they can instead combine multiple actions and make their own functionality. And I will say, in the future, maybe Siri can combine multiple actions and do extra steps for you. It's also, sometimes it's odd with something like that get action to, how does it actually perform a standalone function? I think that's one of the things where everything is modular and works together, is you usually just provide a rich view experience or something like that afterwards so that users can see. And then sometimes that even alone is worth a function of just pull it up and show me. And then they also need to be able to customize things with parameters and be able to change those functions and choose how many or before and after. So there's a lot of, one intent can have a lot of functionality combined in across multiple action, or across multiple goals. And then this is sort of that open thing, is just when there's just unique options in your app, you can make a shortcut to open all those different pages too. And that's a good example of where you have one open action, but it takes you to each of the tabs in your app. So I think the part about when you actually make app entities is a little unclear. And so it really is, if anytime the user can change the option, that should probably be an app entity. If it's hard-coded into the app, there'll be an enum in those lists and things like that. But if the user is able to control it, it should be its own function that, let me show, it's on the next slide. So when a parameter is a core content type in your app, make an entity. Entities should be the things that are meaningful to someone who uses the app also, not a database row or your implementation. So their example in the sessions is it's a trail app, and it's like the entity is a trail itself, not just like a UID for the trail or something like that. It's a content type that has all of this different details that you can provide into it. And so there's a lot of your entities will provide all of the functionality from, or all the details that you can extract just from one type of content. And then this is where a lot of the power is. You can filter against all those things in those find actions. The user, whenever they create it, they can extract any of the details from the variable and things like that. So there's a lot of depth in the entities as well. And this is why when you combine a bunch of actions and entities together, you're suddenly working with all of the data in the app, and you can do anything. So as a user, as a shortcuts user, it's incredible, because now suddenly I can engage with your app in this really deep level and also build it into my workflow in a way that's sort of like impossible to undo, because it's just like how I do it now. So I think that's a really powerful benefit for developers. So just kind of looking back, you can sort of see how we had CRUD+FUN throughout all of that. I will say that Ryan had to deal with more of the CRUD, and I had to deal with more of the fun, but designing it. But I do think the find actions also it's a little difficult, but it's worth it. So power through those. And then two new capabilities too that Apple is bringing is all of these entities can now gracefully fall back into different types. So an important thing about how a trail is the entity, no other apps know what trails are, but a PDF of the trail or like the whole explanation for it can be the fallback type for it. So that's really, you can have your own unique content type, but then anytime it gets shared with any other apps, it can fall back directly to the type that you want. You can decide the order of which one should be the priority and things like that. So this API is really exciting for me because in many ways, Workflow, the original app, had this content graph where it would combine different actions and then map across and then map into the second action. This is essentially that with Apple power behind it, and it's universal too. So that's super exciting. And then another thing too is that all entities and actions will be linkable with universal links. You have to add this, but I think this is a super interesting part that I'm still like trying to wrap my head around what it means when we can send someone a URL to just immediately take that action, and all of your content will be linkable too. So I think this is super exciting, and I'm actually exploring my own app idea around that, just because this is coming. Content will be malleable in the future, so I'm super excited about that. So I think then what's confusing when you build this whole set of app intents is where can you actually use them? Because sometimes it seems like you do a lot of work and then maybe users don't discover them, or it's like you're providing it to Siri sort of abstractly in the future. But there's a lot today that the users can get. The editing and shortcuts, I think, is one of the low-key things that I try not to like cry wolf too many times, because I have been for about 10 years using this app, but that alone is an incredibly powerful tool that you can give your users a whole toolbox. And also I'd say you can build on top of that toolbox and give them shortcuts that you've already built so they don't just have to go figure it out. But then also just deploying it into the control center as a widget. Siri suggestions, I think, are a really important thing for just surfacing the content before the user even really understands the app shortcuts experience at all. And then I think, too, it'll just be even more important as Apple Intelligence comes out, and that's the only way Siri will be able to address your app, is if you're present in Apple Intelligence. So here's just a couple examples of, these are just the first few steps of the shortcuts that I built with Ryan, and you can get these on his blog too, but you can add in incredible scripting capabilities. And I think this is, I was saying, instead of giving them a toolbox and saying, go build a house with this, is you can build them maybe a prefab house or whatever, but give them examples so that they can start and run with it too. They're not just like sitting there and wondering what to do with all this control. I think controls are also really fascinating. This is a quote from one of the sessions. Fundamentally, controls are just actions that take the visual form of the system space they're in using information provided for your app. So to me, any time in the future where Apple needs to take information, provide your app, and fit it into a visual system on the form, it's going to be an app intent. And then the widgets, any sort of configuration is also powered by app intents. And so this is just super useful for users to, even if they're adding stuff through shortcuts or things like that, it can just surface it on the home screen and they can remember things like that, or just in general providing it as part of their daily experience. So that app shortcuts part, I think, is still a little bit confusing, because this is in many ways, like the old Siri recommendations are now how you should think about app shortcuts. App shortcuts are a wrapper that you create around an intent that highlights it as important. So a lot of the find or the delete, copy things might not be app shortcuts, because that's not something users do all the time. But as an app shortcut, then when you have the create things or your unique options, then you can surface it to them right in Spotlight and things like that. So I think the Spotlight experience is really powerful, because suddenly you're just thinking of using the app. Now you act on it and get to your goal, and you just move on, and you're not like tapping and doing a bunch of UI interactions that isn't really the point. You're trying to get from A to B. And also, did you just know that this is how you add actions to Siri? Like you can add any capability to Siri today by creating an app shortcut for it. That's also how you put it into Spotlight. So you're able to surface so much functionality today with app intents before Apple Intelligence ever even comes. And so yeah, the prior recommendation for how to build app intents, or the custom intents, was only your important functions. Now your important functions should be app shortcuts, but everything else underneath should be intents as well. So yeah, anything your app does should be an app intent. Important functions are wrapped and elevated. But I think the point that I want to make, and I think sometimes this is hard to wrap around, is that if you don't add these, they're missing. This is how iOS works, and it has worked for also multiple years. And I think it's been, as a power user, I'm always like, why isn't this happening? I totally understand that Apple hasn't explained well, and you all don't have that framework that I have of what it should look like. But it really is, in the future, you're preventing your users from taking these actions by not adding them. And so you need to let them have that control, because otherwise you're the reason that you're holding them back, not the system or anything like that. And I think this is it's a huge step from, we used to live in silos, and your user would open your app just from the icon on the home screen. But now there's so many more ways that they can interact with it and also engage in a really deep level. So how does this fit into Apple Intelligence? Because I think it's a little unclear, but a lot of it is, I'll start with the actions, and then we'll go into the personal context stuff afterwards. Basically, through adopting and investing, or that's the next slide, of investing deeply in the app intents framework, they're able to connect these worlds of apps together that they never would before. So this is all built on top of app intents. And you really just assign your intent or your entity or the enums to your app to the assistant. And so this is why I'm saying, whether or not that all ships or when it ships or what format, the app intents part and all that work to build out your framework can happen today, and then later you can just assign them to Siri and you'll be good to go. So this works by, Apple has basically created a bunch of predefined shapes, which are schemas for each of these domains that they have. And I think this is sort of where maybe they got caught in the middle of, you have to define those in advance in order for users to adopt them. So if your app doesn't fit into this, you can't use a domain, and so there's a lot of missed opportunity. But basically, when this works well, you just pass the intent and the input in, and then Siri figures it out and then passes out the output. So this is a bit better of a framework of, the model just finds the schema and matches that to your intent backwards. And so it is really like, you just provide the intents and then Siri will match against them as long as there's a domain available. This is the only slides where I have a couple of code things, but just so you can see, there really is just a little bit of adding the different, you can extend on top of those shapes too to have your own parameters so that users aren't like left out with the important information. I have seen that there's some oddities where you can't actually name these properly, so I think that's something that they need to change as your intents start to adopt the domain schema titles, but that's something that I think they could fix. And then you also provide your entities so that users' actions are able to, or other apps are able to act on those actions that your data as well. And then just basically all those parts about accessing your app that don't fit into those two parts, you can provide an assistant enum. So I think, again, these are available today in shortcuts. Whether or not the domains are available for your app is a different question, but I think what's important is that all the testing that you can do in shortcuts to understand. Like you don't have to sit there and use your phone and keep trying once these are shipped to actually see if it works or not. It's basically, does the shortcut work, and it'll pass it off to the schema at the right moment. So the personal context stuff, Apple Intelligence will equip Siri with a rich understanding of your personal intelligence. She can search and reason over all the information across your device in a safe and private way. And that's super important because I think a lot of people are sketched out about why would I give my data to Siri. I think this is where like they're not doing what ChatGPT is doing, where they're scraping your data to provide the models and things like that. Really what it ends up doing is handing off, Siri will take that intent and hand it off to your app, and then your data is all available there. So there's two ways. The search stuff is built through an in-app search results intent, and then the second part is through indexing your entities. So this is, again, a little bit of code, but I don't know what else to say besides you add this to add the search part into your app. The more interesting thing, I think, is the difference between how you assign entities into this index. So I think it's really important to understand that your data is over here, your entity is a second thing, and then the index entity is a third thing. And then throughout being able to provide CS searchable items and the attributes, you're able to add these functionalities and tell Spotlight and Siri exactly what you want to expose from your app. And it's not like she can just look in and take all the data that she wants. That's not even what's happening, but at the same time, you're just providing exactly the right amount that you want to disclose for that action and nothing else. So I think that's how they do that level of security, is she's not actually looking at your data at all. She's looking at an entity, and it's like an index version of that entity. So that's, sometimes when I hear questions about it, I'm like, that's not even how it works. But, so yeah, this is another way to just add those different attributes and add little functionality that otherwise wouldn't fit. Or I think what's important here is you can provide a lot more information than the simple stuff to enable Siri to actually understand that context. I think this is where adding unique attributes that explain your data and the ways that Siri will need to understand is really important, because otherwise that stuff of like Tuesday was where my mom was at the airport, if you haven't provided that context, she won't know. And then also you can prioritize your entities through things like just if they have favorites or most recently used, you have a little control over there. So I think important parts about Apple Intelligence is Siri can't hand it off to your app if your app isn't in there. I think that's a major thing. People are slowly stepping into the Apple Intelligence world versus somebody like Ryan's who's already there and ready is going to be, Siri can call that first. So if your app is there, Siri will be able to use your app. And then I think another thing too is if your app isn't there, Siri might just use the next best app that did app intent support. I think I had the same slide twice. And basically the best app intents implementation wins, because if you have that all the functionality and all of the semantic content or the context that Siri needs, she'll pick your app and she knows that that's where the information lies. So I think a really important part is that app intents is here today, and you can build all of this now, not even like in June or after that. You can build it all today and give your users those superpowers. It really is about, I think it's easy to get lost in providing this to Siri and Apple Intelligence getting better, but it's all about your users. And then Apple Intelligence really is only adding on top. You can build now and just index things and add them to the assistant later. So I've got a couple of just points I want to emphasize of like, why though? Why not wait? I could do this later. So one thing I'll say is, how often do you see in advance about what Apple's going to do, and another time where people don't really take it seriously too? I think that's what's interesting is a lot of people don't understand that it runs on app intents, so they just think, why haven't they shipped this? And I do think they need to improve it over time, but there's a lot of opportunity now to be ahead and be ready for when all of this ships. And I also think there are vibe coders on the way coming, trying to build apps like yours, and I don't think they know about app intents either. So I think that's a super important part. You can make a fun app or whatever, but if you make one that embeds in their widgets and their home screen and they can build these shortcuts to support, that's suddenly, like, if vibe coders are coming with app intent support, they can provide a lot of functionality there. All of us can also, but. And then I think it's super important to just understand that App Intents really allows your app to be everywhere across the system. It's not just in the Shortcuts app, because that's great for me and people who love it, but having it across the controls and the Siri suggestion things, this is really thinking that the user is going to find your app icon, and who even knows what shape it's going to be anymore next year, but I think that's really important to be able to provide just users access and the control that they want over your app, because a lot of people are worried about giving away control to the system or something like that, but it's allowing your users to embed deeply within it. It's like, who made the request? The user, not Siri. She didn't just do it, and you really are putting the control in their hands. And I think this part is a little more sensitive, but like, I really do feel this, that when people don't add this, you remove the control that I should have over my own apps. There's a lot of apps where I sort of don't even, it's not even in my consideration set anymore because I can't do this kind of functionality. And this is how the OS has worked. This is how Apple wants your platforms to work. And it's, if they don't have control and you're preventing them, won't they just go somewhere where they do have control? And I think too, just right now, this is the stickiness that we need to make our apps live throughout, like compete against something like ChatGPT or all these other vibe-coded apps that maybe do something unique, but just one slice of it is like, if you have this suite of functionality that your users are able to tap into, you're just way better than the rest. And I think it's also, it's easy for developers to forget the upside when you're sitting here and I have to go make 45 actions and this is a lot of CRUD that I have to get through. But I think the upside is still unreal. The amount, if every app adds full app intent support, we have full functionality through shortcuts automations, action button things. This is the power of iOS, and that's the ecosystem that Apple's been building for all these years. And instead of just hardware ecosystems, now this is a software ecosystem that I think will really work together. And then there's also just, I still am struggling to understand what it even means when everything you can call up at any moment, you can link to it at any point, you can all transfer in between different things. Like what app development means in the future, I think will change, and it's already being changed by AI, but understanding that mobile has the opportunity to be part of that experience, I think is really powerful. So I've got a couple other, I have a bunch of, I want to skip ahead actually, because I think I have a couple points that I want to make about that AI opportunity. This is my theory, but I think Apple's already ahead. I think right now, maybe not, in the moment, and in the maybe story of it all, but I don't see how other apps are going to be able to compete with the memory that we have this. And I think what's also true is like, see, it's not impossible to make Siri good. ChatGPT just ships basically what a lot of people want with Siri, with O3 and agentic things. Like there's a lot of functionality that Apple is basically behind on, but I don't think they're going to miss it in the long run. They've been building app intents out for 3 years. There's this framework that other AI tools have no idea what you're doing. Like, this is really important. That's having the right context. I keep seeing these tweets and being like, oh man, if only the biggest company in the world across all of mobile was doing this. Oh wait, they are with app intents. And then it really is, all of this memory is stored inside your apps. And so this is a way to give them back to your users and really create that moat that's like, what's keeping users with my app? And let me jump through a couple slides. I think this is a super important point that this is not true for every app, but there is just a certain threat of, why do I even need to use an app when I can talk to an LLM or something like that? I think a lot of developers know that the design and the affordances that you give them go a long way, so we might as well make those affordances available everywhere and allow users to get that kind of functionality, because I think otherwise they might just go use something else. And it's really true that like this is invisible to almost everyone outside of this room or who's paying attention at the WWDC keynotes or things like that, that most of Silicon Valley doesn't understand that Apple has invested in this framework and that it's built out and that they really just need to catch up on the LLM side. So I think it's important to learn to build with app intents in mind. there's just a lot of functionality, and you get a lot from it. It's sort of that you get it for free thing. Well, you're actually still doing a lot of work, but but basically it does let your users build on top of it. And once we get into the next wave of AI tools, it will be about personalizing it. And this is the way to let your user personalize it to the nth degree or whatever they want to do. And it's really important to enable that functionality, because otherwise you're kind of holding them back. Yeah, App Intents gives your users superpowers. Okay, I'm a little bit over, so I'll just run through these next bits. But also, like the HomePod with the screen, probably going to run on controls. So if you have App Intents powered and all set up, you'll be ready for the next hardware thing. This was super true of the action button also. If you had App Intent support, the second the action button came out, you were there day one in the stories getting reviewed and things like that. So I think that's really important. Another fascinating thing, Perplexity's assistant, I saw this and I was like, you guys are just remaking App Intents. I don't think that'll work. And then I thought, wait, what if the EU makes them integrate with App Intents? Because people aren't going to build out this whole functionality for every other AI tool. It'll probably run through App Intents anyways. So I do think third-party assistants could integrate with this anyways. And then if you've set it all up, the second that's available, you're ready there now. And I do think the hard part is just that there's a lot of delight and the devil is in the details, where it's hard to, those parts about when I should build one action versus 4 app shortcuts can be pretty complex. And you really need to take the time to get this right for your app. Even more, what if they're linkable? What if you can call other apps? This is just, I know Greg Pierce with Drafts want this. And really, I think the thing that's important to me is that Apple already laid this groundwork, and now internally we did hear that they have sort of those shackles taken off, that they were unable to work with the proper AI tools that they wanted to, and now they are. But they have this App Intents ecosystem laid out below. And just, yeah, don't bet against the house. I think Apple will own this in a few years, and I think being ready and being the first today is the opportunity for you to get ahead and be part of that next wave. So I would say build with AI, or this is a whole other thing, but let me skip that. That was more of the last talk of just like, you can also build App Intents with AI. Like use ChatGPT to check whether or not you got them right. It's more about knowing what they should look like in the end. But I'd say, as you go into this, send me your App Intents tool. That's part of it, is I've just had a unique experience looking at all of this, and I want to see what you guys build. I want to give feedback on all of it. There's so much, and there's a lot of nuance that's just like, maybe that should be one action, or this is how that app shortcut look, and things like that. And just in general, if you are building them, I want to see it online too. I'm going to be looking for them in the future. And so I will say, all that transferable stuff and linkable content and the vibe coders are coming, it might be me, because I'm going to make my own and try to figure out the future of the content is transferable and everything is linkable. There's got to be an app for that. So I'd love for you to sign up and give me feedback as I figure it out. I will say that it's an awful design right now, and I just totally vibe coded it, so don't judge me, but I'm going to work with someone who actually knows what they're doing. But kind of the opportunity's there, so we all might as well take advantage of it. And that's my talk.
Thank you, Matthew. If anybody has any questions about App Intents or needs help with App Intents in their app, please find Matt. He's here all week. Wednesday?
Yeah.
Wednesday. Sorry, Wednesday, tomorrow. Find him quick. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back at 10:05. We're going to start a little bit later, give some time to walk around, drink some coffee, and then Matt is up next with app clips. So see you at 10:05.
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeine
All right. Everybody from out in the sponsor area, if you can hear me, we have a very awesome talk starting, and I might have my voice back. I have a cough drop now. I'm going to survive. We're going to do it. But right now, I'm going to stop talking, and Matt is up. Oh, I didn't say anything. Matt's up with app clips. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Is my mic on? Can you all hear me? Nice. Hello, Deep Dish Swift. How are we all doing? Everyone all right? Nice. My name is Matt Heaney, and welcome to my talk, Serving Slices of Your App, the Underrated Potential of App Clips, where we're going to take a bit of a deep dive into the world of app clips. When I remember to start my timer, 1 second, I always forget to do that bit. There we go. Now before we begin, I just want to give a huge shout out to Josh and everyone behind Deep Dish Swift. Yeah. I firmly believe that this is one of the best iOS conferences in the entire world. So Josh, genuinely, thank you so much for the opportunity to let me come here, stand on this stage, and give my talk. Being able to do this means so much, so thank you. All the talks so far this year have all been sensational. I just hope I can match that quality. Now, I like to think that I'm pretty active in the iOS dev community, but this crowd is genuinely huge. There's going to be a fair few of you that I've not had the chance to meet just yet. So let me introduce myself. As mentioned, I'm Matt Heaney, and I look like this on social media. I'm mostly active on LinkedIn and Twitter, but I try and post just about wherever I can. You might be able to tell from the accent, but I'm from England. Specifically, I grew up in a tiny little place down in the southeast called the Isle of Sheppey. That means I grew up on that little island just off of Europe. No, not that little island. I'm on about that little island, right down there. However, for the last 5 years or so, I have lived up in Nottingham, which is a city just about right in the middle of the country, where I now live with my lovely girlfriend, Gina. It's a good crowd, nice. I taught myself how to code using online resources. I've been building iOS apps for about 13 years now. This was me back in 2012, about 2 weeks into that journey of teaching myself how to make apps. And honestly, I don't think too much has changed since then. At the center of it all, I am just a huge Apple fanboy. I've been lucky enough to work on everything from small indie apps right up to large corporate apps with millions of users, as well as getting to work on some really interesting projects on the side of actually coding. However, recently, I've gone to the dark side. Just kidding, of course it's not Android. But I do mean the really dark side. I am the engineering manager for the mobile team at a company called Atomic. We are a consultancy agency based right in the heart of Nottingham, and we work with some huge brands in the UK on a wide range of really exciting projects. So these days, I head up the iOS and Android dev teams while still getting my hands dirty with code literally whenever I can. Jokes aside about management being the dark side, being the engineering manager is such an incredible job. The devs I get to manage are so good, and being able to put the things in place to help them hit their next level is so rewarding. But even in management, I still love making iOS apps. I still love coding across as many different areas of iOS as possible. But there's one really niche area that shines through as one of my absolute favorites. App clips. App clips unlocks, nice. App clips unlock so much unique value and offer new opportunities that no other tool or frameworks can bring. In fact, I would go as far to say that app clips are the most underrated feature in all of iOS. Now, if you sat there listening to me say this and you're thinking to yourself, wait, hold up, Matt. What's an app clip? Don't worry, this actually happens a lot. Whenever I post online about something that I'm doing with app clips, I get a flood of responses, like, this is cool. Also, what's an app clip? So to get this show on the road, let's start at the very top. Let's answer those really important questions of what is an app clip, and maybe more importantly, what is the value of app clips? Well, at their core, an app clip is a small, lightweight version of your app that users can launch almost instantly without having your app downloaded and even without visiting the App Store. This version of your app will usually only include one or two of your features. App clips are great for getting the exact feature a user needs into their hands at the exact moment they need it. App clips are really good for any app that a user will only use once, or as a really fun and unique way to show off what your app can do. With app clips, a user can use one of a few different launch methods, all of which we'll look at in just 1 second, such as scanning an app clip code. When they do this, they will launch what's called an app clip card, kind of like a little business card for your app. It will show you what your app's name is, your branding, what the app clip does, and a little button to launch your app clip experience. And from there, as quick as that, they can jump into this smaller version of your app. It's worth noting that an app clip is always linked to a full app on the App Store. You can't release an app clip by itself. App clips are designed to be temporary. Back in the day when they were first introduced, a user would launch it, they would use it, they would close it, it'd be gone. Nowadays, pretty much the same. They would launch it, they would use it, close it, it would stick around on their phone for a few days and then quietly delete itself. The go-to examples to highlight what an app clip can do usually relate to apps to do with ordering coffee or something like paying for parking. Let's stick to that coffee shop example for now. Imagine you're in the queue in a coffee shop for your morning coffee. That coffee shop has its own app, jam-packed full of fun and useful and really exciting features. The problem is, when you're stood there wanting to order your coffee, you don't care about a whole bunch of these things. In fact, you care about one. That one. The one that lets you order and pay for that coffee. This is where an app clip would come into play. You can get that feature and that feature alone into the hands of those users at the exact moment they need it in a really convenient way. Now, quick fun side story. A while ago, I was chatting to Josh about me giving his talk here at Deep Dish Swift. And he says to me, "Hey, Matt, can you make your talk pizza related?" At first, I was so excited. That sounds like a really fun challenge. I love pizza. I love app clips. What could possibly go wrong? Then I sat down to write a pizza-themed app clip talk and quickly realized that that is a really bloody difficult challenge. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that pizza and app clips actually have a lot in common. Stick with me on this metaphor. Imagine you own a pizza shop. Let's call it the Deep Dish Swifteria. At your pizza shop, you offer full pizzas, crafted perfectly with your own unique twist. You're very proud of your full pizza, and so you should be. It's very tasty. The problem is, sometimes some customers just don't want your full pizza. They're just not that hungry. They only want a quick bite to eat. They only want a single slice of your pizza. In this metaphor, there's so many benefits to serving a single slice as well as serving your full pizza. And don't get me wrong, you still want customers to be buying your full pizza. That's where your real business really is. But by offering a single slice as well, you are creating new opportunities for new customers in new, seamless ways. And you haven't even got to do too much work. You already have the slices. You're just serving them up in a brand new way. Some customers will only ever want to buy a single slice of pizza. And that's okay, because that single slice can still drum up some business for you. It can be great for brand exposure, or it can lead to positive word of mouth. They'll tell their friends about how good that slice is, and their friends will go buy that full pizza. But also, chances are, if your slice of pizza is good enough and it satisfies the user's needs in the moment, they're going to come back and buy the full thing later on. Now, this metaphor translates bizarrely well into the world of app clips. You see, that pizza is your full app. There is. And all your features coming together to form that app experience that you have crafted. App clips let you serve up a slice of your app. And yes, I agree, that is a good name for a talk. And app clips give you all of those same benefits. New experiences in new ways, more business in new ways, more brand exposure, more word of mouth. And you could potentially take a user who was never going to get your full app, satisfy them in the moment, and turn them into full users, and hopefully long-term loyal users. Now, I mentioned earlier on that users can launch your app clip without even visiting the App Store. How does that work? Let's dive into that. App clips are always backed by a URL. There's a few different ways that we can get that link in front of our users. It's really important that we stick to these methods, because otherwise our device will try to launch that link in the browser on our phone. But with these methods, it can trigger the start of an app clip experience. We can use app clip codes, which we looked at briefly just a moment ago. They're QR codes with that distinct circular design. With these, a user can take their phone out, scan it with their camera, and they should launch that app clip experience. These should be live app clips to the unofficial deep dish Swift app. It should work. If it crashes, blame one. We can also work with NFC. Just tap your phone against it, and boom, launch the app clip experience from there. Whilst these are really cool, they're not that recognizable by the general public. Thankfully, we can also work with QR codes here. Again, just scan it with your phone and launch that app clip experience. We can also work with links in Messages and in Safari in the form of an interactive banner. But when we tap on the link here, rather than going to a web page, we will launch our app clip experience. We can also make our app clip work with Apple Maps. We can tie it to a location. So when a user searches for your business, they can open your app clip directly from there. Whichever route they go, the experience will always be the same. They launch your app clip card, and from there, launch your app clip. We'll dive into the code side of things very, very soon, but from a dev's viewpoint, creating an app clip is very similar to creating a normal Swift UI app. In many ways, these are just mini apps. But because they're designed to be these mini app experiences, there's a few different places, they can behave differently in places compared to their full app counterparts. And it's very important to bear these considerations in mind when developing your app clip. The main thing to keep in mind is the size of your app clip. Because they need to launch fast, we have to keep them small. When they were introduced in iOS 14, the maximum size an app clip could be was just 10 megabytes. This increased to 15 megabytes with iOS 16. iOS 17 really raised the bar, all the way up to 100 megabytes. Well, kinda. Oh, I should wait. We can still get that app size, but only under certain conditions and if our app clip plays by certain rules. For example, our app clip could only be launched through Messages or through a Safari banner. If we want to work with app clip codes or NFC, we're still capped out of 15 meg. It sounds limiting, but with the right strategy, it's totally workable. Another thing to keep in mind is that some frameworks may behave differently in your app clip compared to in your full app. And brace yourself, because there's quite a few. The tricky thing here is that these won't fail at compile time. They'll misbehave at runtime. That means your code might build fine, but when you go to use them in your app clip, they may incorrectly return empty values, nil, or throw errors. They just might behave differently in your app clip compared to in your full app. So it's essential to test your app clip separately and thoroughly. Again, it's not really that ideal, but it's not a blocker either. We can still build really great experiences in our app clips within these limits. That's the important thing to remember here. App clips can still offer really exciting functionality. For example, even after an app clip experience has ended and the user has closed it, it can still receive push notifications for up to 8 hours. We can also work with deep linking here, meaning we can configure the experience in that app clip based on the link that launches it. Apple clips can work with Apple Pay, signing with Apple, live activities. We can even get the user's location. For a short period of time, we can even store data locally on the user's device through our app clip. And if they go on to get your full app, we can transfer that data across for a really nice experience. We can even prompt the user there and then to download your full app within the app clip itself. So even with those limits, we can create really great experiences. And hopefully, you're starting to agree with me that app clips have some major untapped potential. However, chances are, even after looking at all that good value and all the good things they can do, some of you will be thinking the exact same thing right now. So, let's talk about the thing. App clips flopped. They were introduced back at WWDC 2020, nearly 5 years ago. And app clips just never really caught on. Finding an app that uses an app clip is rare. Finding one that uses them to their full potential is close to impossible. And a while ago, I got curious, and I began to wonder, why? Why didn't they take off? Why is no one using that potential? This is a really important question, because the tools still work, the frameworks are still there, and that unique potential is still sat right there on the table for us. If we can figure out why no one is using them and why they flopped, we can begin to figure out how we should be using them to get that value. What aren't others seeing here that we can take advantage of? Now, I wish that I could stand here and tell you to answer that question. I conducted some deep industry research. Now, I asked developers from across the world, from those that work at large, major global companies, right down to the indie developers. But did I do that? Well, no. But in my defense, right, that sounds well expensive, and that would have come right out of my dub-dub budget. However, I did what I believe gets even better results. I grabbed my phone and I opened Twitter. I typed out a loaded statement with a half-rhetorical question, complete with a typo, because of course I did, it's me, and I hit post. I popped my phone on Do Not Disturb, and I went to bed. I woke up 8 hours later to all the answers I could possibly need. It was a mixed bag. A lot of people told me they just didn't know what app clips were. Some people told me they never existed, and I made it all up for attention. Isn't social media really weird? Some people didn't really understand what they were, or thought they were much more limited than they really are. Some people pointed out that maybe they just launched at the wrong time. As mentioned, they were introduced in 2020, when the world was deep into COVID lockdowns. And one of the coolest ways to use app clips is with app clip codes, those little circular QR codes. They work really well in public. But this was when the world couldn't go outside in public. So maybe there wasn't too much of a need for them when they were introduced, and they just never really recovered from that initial stall. But the number one reason that came up, and it comes up every single time I talk about app clips, I don't have any need for an app clip. I believe that that is an incorrect statement. And don't get me wrong, I'm certainly not saying there's a need for an app clip in every single app. Of course that's not the case. But it feels like as an industry, we have brushed this tool aside as something that's only good for apps to do with ordering food or ordering coffee. And yes, obviously they're good for those apps, but there's so much more we can be doing with them. What about a game demo? Put an app clip code somewhere where people are bored, they're waiting around, they're itching for something to do. Let them scan and play your game. Someone told me they went to a wedding where they scanned an app clip code, which launched a wedding camera app, where all the photos went straight to the couple getting married. Put an app clip code in a newspaper or in a magazine for live updates on a breaking news story, or for the puzzles in that newspaper. Put one at a sports event to see the team line up. Put one at the gym or at the park to trigger a random 5-minute workout challenge. Here's a bunch more, which is just scratching the surface. I had to take so many off this slide. The initial script for this slide went for 23 minutes. There's so much we can be doing with them. That is why I love app clips. Their potential is so underrated. And there's so many golden use cases out there. We just have to dream them up. And the thing is, there'll be so many people in this room right now watching the stream, watching the recording with the perfect app for the perfect app clip that will get you so much value, that will add so much to your app, it'll put more money in your pocket. I challenge you all to think up a really creative app clip idea. Because the thing is, once you have your idea, making an app clip is surprisingly easy. To show you how to set one up, let's jump into an Xcode project. The first thing that we have to do is add a brand new app clip target. To do this, we will head into our general tab area and tap on that plus button down there to start to add a brand new target. Here, we can add a brand new app clip target. The files in this target will look almost identical to that of a SwiftUI app. As mentioned, app clips are structured like normal full-sized apps. There's no special framework here, no different ways to create our views. At this point, this target will behave like any other app target. Have an entry point, it will have its assets, capabilities, and an info.plist. But this is where things might start to get a little bit fiddly. How are we doing for time? Nice. Things get a little bit fiddly. Whilst adding a target is surprisingly easy, well, obviously easy, the real work comes with sharing code between your app and your app clip target without including anything unnecessary. Remember, app clips have to be kept small, and chances are, in your main app, you are going to have a whole bunch of code in there. We don't want to bring all of that logic across, because we will very quickly run into those size limits we looked at earlier on, or you would include functionality that won't even work inside your app clip. So we want to make sure we're only sharing the exact bits that we need. When you know what you want to share, it's really easy. It's a case of simply including that file in your app clip target. And then we can use that code in our app clip. If the views that we want to use have no unneeded logic or dependencies, then you're good to go. But that's kind of the catch. In larger apps, it can be common for views to not be that broken out. Maybe these views that we need to work with some sort of shared service to pull some data in, or make reference to other areas of your main app target, which will bring in a whole bunch of extra dependencies. That is where the real challenge here begins. You may need to refactor some of your code to be more modular. That might involve breaking your views out into smaller components, or finding a way to limit what the services do for the ones that we do have to share. Remember, that golden rule here is only to share the absolute essentials. And this doesn't apply to just your code either. The same thing applies to your assets. You don't really want to copy across all of your assets unless you need them all. But what you can do is create a slimmed down asset catalog, including only those bits that you do need, and you share that. I've said it before, and trust me, I'll probably say it again, only want to copy across those absolute essentials. Once that's all sorted, you can start to build up the entry point to your app clip. At that point, you'll have your app struct, your content view, and from there, it's all familiar. It feels very, very much like a SwiftUI app. And once that's done, we can test it straight through Xcode. All we have to do is select our app clip target at the top there, build and run, and we can launch that experience on our device or on our simulator. And whilst that's good for testing what we built, what if we want to test that entire experience? We want to test it like a user would do. We want to work with a link to launch our app clip card to launch into our app clip. That is where local experiences come into play. With local experiences, we can ask an installed app clip to launch when we tap on a certain URL. To do this, make sure the app clip target is installed on your device through Xcode. Then on that device, jump into your settings, jump into developer settings, and find local experiences under app clip testing. Here, we can provide a mocked URL that will launch an app clip. As this is local and it's just on your device, this URL can really be anything you fancy. Here, we also specify which app clip this will launch. This will be the bundle ID of your app clip target. Then we can set everything that will go on our app clip card, that little business card that pops up when you start your app clip experience. Here we can set the image, the title text, the subtitle, and the text that will go on the button. From there, tap on that link on your device, and we can start our experience. We see our app clip card, and from there, launch that app clip that we have built. Lovely. Our app clip is up and running. It's built using tools that you already know, with views you already have, powered by architecture you're already using in your main app. The real challenge here certainly isn't technical, it's strategic. It's about making sure you share the correct parts of your code base, making sure you serve the correct slices of your code to go into that app clip target. The thing that really surprised me at first was just how easy this could all be. There's no steep learning curve. It doesn't even feel like we're using a brand new tool here. Compare it to something like widgets, for example, where that entire development process is so different to making a normal full app. That's just not the case with app clips. We're using the same tools, the same tech, the same ways of thinking, just with a slightly more focused use case. With app clips, you can get up and running very, very fast. Like between talks today fast. And now, for the longest time, that was just a bit of a shiny line in my script. However, on Sunday, me and Geordie got together and we made an app clip in 13 minutes between talks. So that line is genuinely legit. That, to me, is the beauty of it all. All of that unique potential sat right there, and you can unlock it with skills you probably already have. And to me, that is so exciting. Once you've built your app clip, it's time to submit it to Apple and get it live for the full world. There's a few steps to do this. First up, we need to upload a brand new build of our app to App Store Connect, just like you would with any other app update or any app release. Nothing special here. Your app clip will be uploaded as part of your full app. No separate upload is required. Once that's done, we can jump onto App Store Connect and we can set up our app clip experience. This is where we configure our app clip card, with our image and all of our text, just like we did in our local experience. Once that's done, Apple will give you a default domain that you can use to launch your app clip when it's live. This link is made up of Apple's own domain and the bundle ID of your app clip target. If that link is all you will need, then you're kind of done. From there, submit your app to Apple, get it approved, get it live, and then use that link to launch your app clip. But what if you want to go one step further? What if you don't want to use that default domain? What if you want to use your own custom domain? This is where advanced app clip experiences come into play. Here, we can set our app clip up to be launched by your own custom domain, or go one step further and tie your app clip to like a location, for example. You can do a lot of really cool stuff here. It's definitely worth checking out. But most of the time, when we go down this path, is to work with your own custom domain. Whilst Apple's link is fine, using your own custom domain just feels better. It looks more professional, it's more trustworthy, and you're fully in control. To do that is a few extra steps we have to do. First up, back in Xcode, we have to set our domain as an associated domain in both the main app target and the app clip target. This tells Apple that I intend to link my app up to this domain. To do that, brand new build, back up to App Store Connect it goes. Then we have to host an AASA file, which is your Apple App Site Association file on your domain server. This tells Apple that yes, this domain is completely legit, I'm the one that owns it, and the app that wants to use it is okay to do so. This file needs to live in a very specific location, so be super cautious when uploading it. In that file, you will list out your Apple team ID and the bundle ID of your app clip. So host that, and back up onto App Store Connect we go. We can then finish setting up our advanced app clip experience, now with our custom domain. Once that's done, we will see a list of active links that we can use to launch our app clip when it's live. Here is a very, very important note. Next to your links, it will see a status of received. Received does not mean it's waiting for any form of review from Apple. The first time I saw that, I waited for a week thinking that thing was being processed. It still says received now. So when it says received, it means that link is good to go, your job done, and everything is set up. At that point, submit it to Apple, get it approved, get it live, and then use that custom domain to launch your app clip. When it comes to sharing that link, doing it through something like messages is very easy, right? We just share it in messages. But I still think the coolest way to do this is with app clip codes, those circular QR code things, which nicely takes us on to our final question of how do you make an app clip code? Well, to generate these, there's a few tools that you can use. A few come from Apple, one comes from me. But before we get into that, no matter what tool you use, you're going to have to make a few decisions first. Obviously, you've got to decide which link will launch when you scan your app clip code. But all of your other decisions are to do with the design of of your app clip code. We have to pick a background color and a foreground color, which will be used for the lines there on that circle and that icon in the middle. A third color is also used for the dimmed parts of the circle, but that's generated for us. We haven't got to select that. Your background color and your foreground color need to have enough contrast, or whatever tool you use will throw an error and not generate that app clip code for you. You have a lot of freedom here with those colors, but that's definitely one to bear in mind. We can also decide if we want to show the app clip logo or not. For what it's worth, not showing the logo and just having that circle, in my opinion, looks really, really good. We can also decide on what icon will go in the middle. Either this will be a camera icon to indicate to the user to take their phone out, scan it at the camera on their phone, or a phone icon for NFC. We have a lot of freedom here, which is really nice. Once you've made all of those decisions, it's time to finally cook this thing up. So how do we go about doing it? Well, our first option at all is just through App Store Connect. If you set up an advanced app clip experience, you will find a new tool hidden away in App Store Connect to generate your app clip codes. Hidden is my word of choice there, because I've been working with app clips for a long old time. I didn't know this was a thing until about March. So here what we can do is set our URL, make all of our design options, and we can preview it coming together in real time. We can generate multiple at the same time as well, which is really nice. This tool is fine, but like I said, it's hidden away and it can be a bit slow and clunky at times. Thankfully, it's not our only option. We can also do this through the command line, as Apple provides a command line tool to do exactly this. With this, we just have to install it, hop into terminal, we'll run the generate command, provide our URL, set all of our options, and then set a file output where it's going to go, and hit done. Super quick. This tool is really, really good. Like I say, it's so quick to use. The problem is we can't really preview our app clip code coming together whilst we're generating it. We have to do the entire thing, make that file, and then preview it. Now, if you are in the market for a third tool, which combines all the best bits of those two tools, I have got you covered. I created an open source tool to do exactly that, which you can use to... It's called AppClipped, and it makes the whole process way easier. It's still using Apple's tools under the hood, but it gives you this nice, friendly user interface to get up and running. It lets you pick your options and preview them in real time. There's even a feature in there where you can drag in your app icon and it'll generate a color scheme for you. That was a lot of fun to test. I was there for like an hour just dragging in random icons, see if it worked. It's free and it's fully open sourced. It will always be free and fully open sourced. I have a lot of ambitious plans for this project, but if you want to get up and running with app clips, I think that this tool is an absolute must-have. But whatever tool you use, get your app clip code, get your app live, and scan it and launch your app clip. And that's kind of it. From there, you have an app clip that's live that users can launch in really awesome ways. And with that, you should now be in a really good position to get up and running with app clips, and you should be in a great position to start to unlock all of that unique potential for your apps. And that, to me, feels like a nice place to start to wrap up this talk. With all that said, hopefully you now know what an app clip is, what that underrated potential is all about, how to set up an app clip, how to test it, and how to release it. Hopefully you now know everything you need to add an app clip to your project. And hopefully you feel really inspired to do exactly that. App clips might not have had their breakout moment just yet, but it just means that unique potential is still sat right there, ready for someone to grab, ready for you to go and grab. If you take just one thing from my talk today, please let it be this. Go build amazing app clips. Thank you for coming on this app clip journey with me. Scan that thing, follow on social media. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. This talk has been in the talks, I guess, since Dub last year. We were walking down the streets talking about it, and I'm like, I need a fun talk that like hasn't happened on the stage before, or maybe anywhere. I don't know if there's been an app clip talk. So thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
If anybody has any questions for Matt, you can find him off the stage somewhere. And we're going to take a 21-minute break. We'll see you back here at 11 o'clock.
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos. Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to
All right. We have our last talk of the morning, and I have tea with honey and lemon, and my voice is coming back. Thank you, thank you. So we have Laksh up now with shaders. Let's go.
All right. What are we looking at? Let's have a look. While I get set up here, okay. While I get set up here, I would love to ask you all a few questions. One, how many of you have like heard of shaders? You've seen them, you know they're cool. How many of you have used shaders? Have you written one? Have you used one from maybe Paul Hudson's library? Okay. How many of you think you like are confident with shaders? Maybe you do game dev or iOS and you've done a lot of it. Okay. Amazing. All right. So, welcome to shaders, the secret sauce of modern visual interactions. I gave it a really highfalutin title, but I really do think that it is the next step in visual interactions, and I think hopefully I can show you why today. So, quickly about me, I graduated from NYU last year with a degree in computer science. I was here last year. It was the week before graduation. It was a stressful time. I didn't have a job. I was still looking, and I really enjoyed the conference. And the reason I have a job now is because I met amazing people at this conference. Speaking of the job, I work now at Typo. It's a small startup based in New York. We're trying to create a messenger for creatives. It's for media professionals, for audio professionals, for video professionals, and for YouTube and stuff like that as well. We're going to be on the App Store very soon. My colleague Harlan is around here somewhere. He's giving a talk as well. But yeah, I'm very excited. And through Typo, actually, I've met a lot of amazing artists. I've met people in video. I've met people in audio, in music production, in podcasting. I've met sculptors. I've met painters. I've met all sorts. And for the longest time, I thought that I was not an artist. I was raised in India, and India is a very STEM-based culture, I suppose, and art isn't very prominent. And so I, for a long time, thought, art is nothing. I'm not there. And in fact, this is me. I was, I think, 4. With my little animals and my little car, and to the right of that, around the same time, I made a Google Lego thing. I don't know why I was so fascinated, but I thought for a long time that was the extent of my artistry, and I'm very happy to know that it's not. Computer graphics to the rescue. I took a class with. At NYU with Ken Perlin. He's a very accomplished, very well-known computer graphics person. He's a huge name in the graphics space. He came up with something called Perlin Noise, which is something that I will use a lot in the shaders that I show you later. And the reason I loved this class was, one, because Ken Perlin is great. He, being so accomplished, you generally expect those professors to not be great professors because they don't think very much about the teaching part. But Ken Perlin wasn't like that. He was incredible. He was really great at getting excitement out of people, which I think is the most important part of teaching. I think the material can come second, excitement needs to come first. And I loved it also because it was art in a programming sense, right? Like, I did programming, which I thought I was pretty good at, but then I could take that and make it into something that was very visually pleasing and very expressionistic, and I loved that. So, I'm going to try to take you through the artistic process, to take something from your head into code. And this is a difficult thing to do with shaders because of how open they are, and we'll see why it's difficult, and maybe how we can curtail that a little bit. To do this, I'm going to show you how to recreate one of my favorite interactions ever. And it's this one, the page turn interaction from iBooks, or book.app from iPhone OS 3. It is a great interaction. I remember the first time I played with it, I don't think I actually read the book. I just kept playing with the interaction. It feels so tactile. It feels like going back to the skeuomorphic past, right? And I think it works well today, even today, and it's still in the Books app, because it isn't over the top. It's very nice and it's very simple, but it isn't, stitched leather, for example, which hasn't unfortunately stood the test of time. And it's done very tastefully, and so I thought it was a good candidate for what we were talking about today. We're going to do it all in SwiftUI and Metal. No UI kit here, sorry, but it's going to be fun. Metal, for those who don't know what Metal is a shader language, and I'll get into a little bit more about Metal in a second. But now we should probably get on to what a shader actually is. If you've never heard of a shader, if you've never used a shader before, you're probably wondering that. There's three real big things that I notice when I work on shaders. The first is that they run on the GPU. They're not CPU programs, so a few of the things that you know in CPU programming probably won't apply. You can't do, for example, unbounded for loops. It's not a thing. You can do a for loop up to 5 or 10 or 15 or whatever, but you can't do up to n, where n is something. This makes sense. It has to run in a specific amount of time, and it has to run millions of times a second. The reason it's running millions of times a second is because it runs on every single pixel. Every single pixel of every single frame goes through this shader, the shader that you will write. It's a marvel of modern computing. GPUs are extremely, extremely fast and really good at what they do. They're also hyperparallel because this runs in parallel on GPU CUDA cores, if you're thinking about the NVIDIA term. But they run on GPU cores, which there are many more of than CPU cores. And they run entirely in parallel, meaning they don't talk to each other at all. One instance of your shader program is not going to talk to the other instance. Don't worry, there's no concurrency issues. They require you to learn a few things, but largely they will look fairly familiar. And this is what it looks like in Metal. This is a Metal shader for recoloring. It's a recolor shader. This is from Paul Hudson's great Inferno library. You should all have a look at that. I will explain a few of the keywords here. It looks like C++. If you've ever used C++, you'll be right at home with Metal. They have semicolons, which I always get tripped up on when I'm switching between Swift and Swift and Metal. Let's go through these keywords one at a time real quick. The first one there is a function annotation, stitchable. I wouldn't worry too much about this one. It's kind of just a way it works. Essentially what happens is that there's a Metal pipeline that SwiftUI uses for sort of all its rendering, and we're sort of putting in a little piece into that pipeline right at the end. And we're stitching it into place. So that's why the stitchable annotation is there. The next thing is the function return type. It's weird. The function return type is at the beginning. It's very C++y. Half-4 is the return type here. Half is a half-precision floating point number, 16 bits instead of 32. And what that represents is a color. A color is 4 half-precision numbers. It's R, G, B, and A, alpha. That's what you return from the function. What are the inputs to your function? In this case, it's a position, which is your CG point, let's say, right? X and Y. It's provided to you as a float 2, because there's 2 of them, X and Y. And then it also gives you the color of that pixel. It gives you a color in the form of a half-4. And we'll see a little more of this in a second when we talk about the different types of shader effects in SwiftUI. There's 3 that they talk about. There's a sneaky 4th one, but I'm going to leave that off for now. You'll see that in the sample project if you look at it. There's color effect, distortion effect, and layer effect. I think it's easiest to understand this if we just look at the signatures of all of these. This is what they expect from the metal. They expect it to be, for color effect, you return a color. So you're returning a 1/2-4, and you're given a position and a color, right? And so this is the position and the color of the pixel, and then you can change that color into any other color. You're working at the literal pixel level. It's incredible. Maybe the point level, if you're talking about 3x displays, whatever. Distortion effects are the next one up. This one's interesting. It gives you, it returns a float 2, and it takes in a float 2, and these are both positions. So it's asking you, at this pixel, which other pixel should I display? This is great for things like ripple effects. If you think about it, you're sort of trying to scrunch the pixels up a little bit in a ripple effect when you're rippling across. And this is really great for that kind of thing. You'll also notice here the args at the end. These are any arguments that you want to provide. This is your place now to provide arguments from SwiftUI into Metal. And you can take an unbounded number of these. You have to box them up in a little value, which you'll also see in the sample project. But yeah, fairly simple. And finally, the big honcho, the layer effect. This is kind of a superset of both of the others. Anything that you can do in a color effect or a distortion effect, you could do in a layer effect. Again, it takes a 1/2-4, or it returns a 1/2-4, a color for the pixel. It gives you the position of the pixel, and it gives you this funny SwiftUI layer struct. Essentially what this allows you to do is, this is the definition of that struct, it allows you to sample any point in your SwiftUI view. You can ask for any point, the color of any single point. And you can do this multiple times if you want in your shader. And it's really great. This is what we're going to use for our book animation, because it'll turn out that we'll need it. So back to this. This is our book animation. And I want to talk quickly about why people stop here. A lot of people get stuck at this stage. Maybe you've set up the scaffolding, you've set up the connection between your SwiftUI and your Metal, but then you're stuck sitting there saying, how the heck do I do this? I don't actually know. And so I find that the reason is because shaders are so unbounded. When you're working at the pixel level, there's nothing stopping you, there's no constraints, and that's a problem. We don't know how to get a pixel from here to there. What makes it look good? What makes it feel good, right? And so while overwhelming, I hope that I can put some structure on it. And this is what I call, this is my process. I know a lot of other people have a similar process. This is what I call the shader development lifecycle. You take inspiration, you then go into observation, you then go into modeling, and finally refinement. Those are my 4 steps when I'm trying to create a shader. I'm going to go through them one by one. All the best shaders start in the real world. They start by taking inspiration from something, right? If you think about some of the fun ones that we know now, this one is the name drop animation. It's on YouTube, so it might take a second. Oh no. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. 1 second. Sorry, folks. Try that again. OK, there we go. The name drop animation is incredible. It feels like a shockwave going through your device, right? And what does it take inspiration from? It takes inspiration from a real shockwave. Imagine a military aircraft going Mach 1, or the Concorde, if you've been around that long. I'm sorry. A ripple in water. It's a similar effect. They want to make it feel weighty, right? That's what they were going for. This is another one. I love this one. It's the new flashlight in iOS, I think 18. it looks incredible, and it takes inspiration from light, right? It takes inspiration from diffraction, and you can see at the edges, if you look really closely, it splits into its constituent parts. The white light splits into RGB. It's great. What is our inspiration? Well, because we're making a books animation, it's paper, right? And so now, once we have our inspiration, we go into the observation step. Okay, this is going to be fun. This is going to be interactive. So what I want you to do is, hopefully all of you have in front of you a notepad that Josh and the hotel have kindly given us. And what I want you to do is hold the notepad up like this, spine in your left hand. So spine in your left hand, and you can flip on your right hand. What I want you to do is just flip it a couple times. Just look at it, just flip one page back and forth, and sort of try to observe what you see. What you see from the top is that there are three parts, right? There's the part to the left. You're looking at it straight on. There's the part to the left that is just your current page, right? But there's also, as you flip over, the back of the current page, and there's also the next page, right? So there's three things that you're seeing here, right? And now, I want you to look at it edge on. So look at it like this, edge on, and flip the page again. You'll notice that there's a part of the paper that lays on the rest of the paper, right? It rests on top. But there's also a part that sort of curls up, right? And what shape does that take? Vaguely a cylinder, right? There's a flat part, and then there's kind of a cylindrical part. You can say maybe a parabola, but for simplicity, cylinder, right? These are the observations that it takes to model this in math. And so I've written down our three key observations here. Part of the page rests on the rest of the pages. Part of the page curls up into the shape of a cylinder. And then part of the, and there's a part that you can see the next page, right? You can see what's underneath. So now we need to go into modeling. How do you take those observations and put them into math, right? What I want you to do now is, as you're curling it, notice where the page first lifts off of the rest of the paper. And I want you to kind of put a crease there. Crease it right there. And now you can see a very clear demarcation, right? You can see exactly where it lays flat and exactly where it starts curling. This crease is what I'm going to model. It's going to be what I call the curl axis. It's the axis of how you're curling the page. And notice that this doesn't have to be top down, right? If you're curling the page from the top right, you'll notice that the orientation of this crease is different, right? Notice the difference between this and this, right? And so the curl axis is going to be the boundary between the flat page and the cylinder. That's what our curl axis is going to be. And then that's part one. So figuring out where the curl axis is and what the orientation is, that's part one. And then part two is sampling different parts, right? You need to either sample your current page if you're in the left side, or you have to sample the back of your current page if you're in the curl. And finally, you have to sample then maybe the next page if you're past the cylinder, right? Because we're doing this in SwiftUI and it's a Z-stack, the last step, or the next page sampling, we're not going to do. We're just going to say it's transparent, show what's underneath. And in a Z-stack, that works. And I really encourage you to draw it out. You don't have to do this right now, but it is really instructive to just draw out what you're seeing, both when you're looking at edge on and what you're seeing when you look at it top down. And what I want to do now is just take you through the code, a little bit of the shader that I wrote, so that you can sort of get an understanding of how this stuff works in Metal. So here I have my page curl effect shader. And you'll notice here that it is a layer shader or a layer effect because we need to sample multiple parts of the page, right? You can't just sample the current position. You need to sample the backside, for example. We also have a few of our own arguments. We have a size. We have some drag information. Where are you dragging from? Where's the starting point for the drag? Where's the current position for the drag? And finally, we have a radius. This is the radius for the cylinder that you made before. And you'll notice that you can make it tight, or you can make it really long. And that will affect how our shader looks. On the right side here, I have a SwiftUI preview that, let me just make it a little bigger here. This is a SwiftUI preview that sort of shows us all the information that we know from our SwiftUI view. We have a drag start with an X and a Y position, right? You have a drag end with an X and a Y position. And you have a radius, which is how curled do you want this page to be? And you can see how the radius affects it. A very small radius, you're basically turning it over. You're basically doing the crease. And with a larger radius, you're doing the curl. Right? I want to take you through some of the math, but not all of the math. I don't want to bore you, but and all of this stuff will be in the document later. But you can definitely see the sort of steps here, right? The first step is to figure out where that curl axis is, right? Where's the curl axis? What is the orientation of the curl axis? Step 2 is to figure out how far are we from the curl axis, we being the pixel. Remember, when you're writing a shader program, you are the pixel. So you have to think very locally. How far am I away from the things I know? In this case, the curl axis. You can see, for example, in the preview on the right, you see a green dotted line going down. That is our curl axis. And the way I've set it up, basically, is that our curl axis is perpendicular to the direction of our drag. So if you look here, you can see I'm changing the direction of my drag. And you can see that green line is always perpendicular to the direction. That makes all the difference for the effect you're seeing on the right, where you can turn it from the top right, or from the bottom right, or straight on. Now, you can then determine which of the 3 scenarios applies to you, right? You being the pixel. Am I ahead of the curl and ahead of the radius of the cylinder? If I am, then I'm off the page, right? And that's why we return here transparent. And so we show whatever's behind it in the Z stack. The next one is scenario 2, where you're ahead of the curl, but you're within the radius of the cylinder, right? And so here you have to do some math, do some trigonometry, and if you drew it out, it would be very clear what the trigonometry is. You have to figure out, there's 2 points, right? When you curl up your page, if you're looking at top down, there's 2 points that you're going to hit. You're going to hit the point of the backside, and then you're going to hit the page below. And what we want to show is the backside, right? And so that's why we check whether the backside is a valid point within our size. And if it is, we pick that one. If it isn't, we show the page underneath. And finally, scenario 3 is where we are to the left of the curl axis, right? We are in front of it, ahead of it, or we are behind it, we're to the left of it. And as you turn over, you have a choice. You either show the page itself, or you show, again, the backside of the page that's coming over it, right? And so we do a very similar calculation. We figure out where the point is on the original page. We check if it's valid, and if it's valid, we sample that and send it back. And in 121 lines of code, which are extremely heavily commented, you have a full iBooks page turn animation. And I want to show you what it looks like. There's my preview. SwiftUI previews are amazing for this, by the way. That's what it looks like. And that's all 120 lines of very heavily commented code. Shaders are incredible. I want to go on now to the final step of my 4-step process, and that's refinement. When you're trying to refine something, how do you do it? I found this tip out from Rob Bunka, who was at Apple, who worked on SwiftUI for a bit. And he loves doing this. It's in an Apple dub session where he makes a preview that just has all the parameters to your shader. Play with them and feel out what feels good. Shaders aren't an exact art. They're almost as far as from the rest of programming as possible while still being programming. It is not an exact art. You have a lot of leeway. You can decide what feels really good. And that's what you need to do. Finally, let me switch back to my slides. Finally, I want to give you some things to remember when you're doing this. These are frustrations that I hit while trying to write a metal shader. Make sure your arguments match between your SwiftUI and your metal. Please do that, because otherwise it will just not work and you'll be confused as to why. It doesn't error out, it just doesn't do it, which is very annoying. So please make sure they match. Sometimes SwiftUI arguments can become 2 arguments in metal. For example, if you're sending over an array of colors or an array of floats, that becomes a pointer and a number of colors, right? So number of elements. Please make sure that that works. I spent hours while making this presentation being like, why? But it's fine. It's OK. That's the first thing to check. And the second one is more of a caveat. It's very unfortunate, but you cannot use SwiftUI shaders if any part of your view hierarchy contains UIKit code. Unfortunate. I'm sorry. From what I understand, I'm not an expert, but from what I understand, this is because of how SwiftUI is flattening the view hierarchy and sending it to metal or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, you cannot use it. If you do try with a SwiftUI or UIKit-backed view, it will show you very, very well that it's not going to work. I want to take you through a few other quick examples. Obviously, the page turn example is my favorite, but there are a few others that I went through and did for this project. This is a noise function, and it makes a really cool fog effect. I was inspired here by fog, and how do you make a really nice fog effect with shaders? And this is a really nice one. It uses a lot of Perlin noise. My professor is an expert in these kinds of things. This is what we call a procedural texture. It's a texture that's made on the fly, just based on math. My professor was an expert in this kind of stuff. It's a very hard thing to master, but it's a very fun thing to do. And I also wanted to play a little bit around with some transitions. Transitions are great uses for shaders. If you've ever used the blur replace transition, which is standard in SwiftUI, it's incredible, and it's a shader. So you can make your own ones. iOS 17 plus, you can make custom transitions. And this one is what I call a dissolve transition. I was inspired here by burning paper. There's like a paper theme here. Burning paper, when you throw paper into a fire, it burns, but it burns from from multiple different spots. And that's what this looks like. You can see that coming back, going away. And this is, by the way, a normal transition. This is I've just done is visible false. And it's just an if check. And this just does the transition for me with an animation that you provide. Transitions are incredible. Here's the view that I made when I was trying to refine this transition. You can walk through time. You can change the scale of the noise. I think a smaller scale works better for this transition. And you could change the size of the edge. I want it to be a little red, so you feel like it's fire underneath. And you can change that size. It feels like this is truly dissolving. If you add a little bit of red, it feels like it's burning. It's a very subtle difference, but it makes all the difference when you're doing this kind of thing. And now I want to take you through a few links and resources. I know this is a lot of stuff to take in at once. Shaders are not a one-time art. You need to put time into them. I took a full class on shaders, and I feel like I barely scratched the surface. My professor has been doing this for 30 years, and he doesn't stop. The first one here is the Book of Shaders. It is written by a really, really, really great explainer of shader technology. It takes you through a bunch of different options and techniques. Shader Toy is a shader community online. It is one of the best places on the internet. All the shaders on Shader Toy, almost all of them, are Creative Commons licensed. So you can just go and change them and make something new, and it's very encouraged. Every shader in there is a riff of some other shader, and it's a really incredible artistic place. For Swift UI and shaders, Paul Hudson's Inferno library is incredible. It goes through, it has a bunch of examples. It's open source. If you really like this stuff, contribute. It's a great library, and it has a bunch of awesome shaders, including a variable blur. I hear that's hot right now. So if you want that, and if you want to maybe hedge for iOS 19, I don't know, maybe. And finally, Paul Hudson's shader tutorial. It's an hour long. It takes you into much more depth into the math of it all. Once you have some time, drink a cup of coffee, go in and do some math. Trig is fun, actually. Don't worry. Finally, I just want to tell you one last thing. Please, please, please try it. I want more people writing shaders because it is so fun. And I want a shader toy community in the iOS community. It is so, so fun to make visual effects. I know we all care about visual effects. We would not be doing iOS if we didn't care about how things looked and felt. So please try it. I know it's daunting, but hopefully this gives you a little bit of a blueprint of how to go about it. So yeah, please try it, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you have time for questions?
Yes, for sure.
All right, anybody got some shady questions?
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeine Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From To the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Deep City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams
we are on one of the final stretches here. Last afternoon of Deep Dish 2025. Does not mean we're over yet. We have a bunch of great talks, some entertainment, and then an amazing closing keynote. But right now, we have Zingu and Carter with From Spaghetti to Pizza Code. Let's go.
Hello? Okay. All right. Yeah, so today we're going to talk about From Spaghetti to Pizza Code, the iOS architecture revamp at Duolingo. My name is Xingyu. I work on features for paid subscribers on the Duolingo iOS app.
My name's Carter. I work on the client architecture team at Duolingo, and if you don't know what that could mean, hopefully you'll have a better sense by the end of this presentation.
So let's do a quick show of hands. How many of you here have used Duolingo? Okay. Not too much introduction needed, it sounds like. But in case you haven't heard of it, Duolingo is the world's most popular way to learn a language. We have over 97.6 million monthly active users. Duolingo is well known for our mascot, the owl, and our TikTok account, and a gamified way to learn a language. Let's do another show of hands. How many of you have over 7 days of streak on Duolingo? Very good amount. That's awesome. So today, I'm first going to walk through the history of the Duolingo iOS repository first. So Duolingo as a company was founded in 2011, and our current Duolingo iOS app was created in 2014. We had some major milestones, such as adding the very first module in 2018. But for today's presentation, we want to walk you through our latest evolution in the repository, an architectural revamp.
Yeah, so over the course of this presentation, we're going to get into more detail on what we mean when we say architecture and how we actually pulled this off. But before we do that, I want to talk about why we endeavored on this in the first place and the kind of problems that we were running into. So, not the right direction. All right, so when I joined Duolingo 5 years ago, we had a strong ship it culture. This meant that shipping new features often took precedence over writing robust tests and reusable components. And for the most part, this made sense back then when we were a smaller company, only making a couple hundred commits per month. With millions of daily active users and not very many employees, there was just so much work to be done. And Duolingo also hired conscientious engineers and a good QA team. And while we weren't following any overarching guidelines, we were often making good decisions in isolation. But as the organization and code base grew, things became more and more precarious. Classes which we'd at first intended to only have narrow responsibilities ballooned into massive monolithic singletons. A glaring example of this was something that we call the user client, which became a catch-all for all things related to the user and even a lot of things which weren't. You can see here it was over 3,000 lines of code, and in addition to just being unwieldy and hard to navigate, these objects would also end up getting added everywhere. Here you can see the user client getting consumed in the video call start VC. This would make the code that depended on them difficult to test, since these massive objects are annoying to mock and also hard to modularize, since the classes didn't need most of the data that the user client was providing, but you were getting all of it. So not only did these patterns impact developer productivity, they'd also affect downstream performance of the app. So for instance, you'd often see code like this. We were making some view or network refresh after each update to the user client. And this is certainly one way to ensure that your data stays fresh, but you're going to end up doing a lot of unnecessary work. This call, for instance, was being made every time one of the user parameters changed, even though we only cared about this single max subscription param. In practice, this update was being made 30 times per app session. And while this specific example is probably not going to lead to major CPU overhead, we were doing similar stuff to trigger animations and network requests, which were leading to downstream slow frames and high networking costs. So at this point, you might be itching to take a look at the Git plane so we can shame someone. And it looks like it was me. So, yeah. Yeah. The larger point here, though, is that this wasn't really the fault of a single bad engineer or a single poor decision, but rather the accumulation of many small, reasonable changes made over the course of, over a decade. And occasionally, engineers even did try to go in and clean up particularly messy, poor-performing parts of the code base by, say, breaking their params out of the user client or protocolizing small chunks. But then the question was always, where should they move these parameters? Sometimes this would make the code even more difficult to read, since the params which had once been at least easy to find in the monolithic user client were now spread across a hodgepodge of clients, managers, and coordinators. And these refactors were also only short-term fixes. Often, the refactored code would get bloated again when a future engineer would go in and not understand the impetus behind the original refactor and then just mess it up again. So what we ultimately needed was a set of overarching guidelines on how to split up our layout, business, and storage logic into consistent components with standardized communication patterns. In other words, we needed a software architecture. I've already touched on each of these a bit, but I wanted to quickly summarize these top-level objectives when you're developing and adopting an architecture. First off, you want to reduce complexity. Instead of a massive 3,000-line user client, you want small, narrowly scoped components with easily readable APIs which can be removed from and plugged into any part of your code base without causing downstream effects. And since this is deep dish Swift, one way to think about it is that you want to go from writing spaghetti code to pizza code. Where making changes and adding features is more equivalent to moving around a few slices of pizza rather than meticulously rearranging a bowl of spaghetti. Next, you want to consider scalability. As your code base and organization grows, you'll want to have principles which don't lead to build time, CPU, and organizational bottlenecks. In other words, you'll want to have layers which aren't so tightly coupled that you can't modularize, a system for propagating updates that doesn't lead to needless networking and view refreshes, and code that is consistent so engineers onboarding to the company only need to learn one set of principles. And finally, you want to make an architecture with scoped and mockable components which makes testing not only possible, but easy. It doesn't matter how conscientious your engineers are, regressions are going to happen, and you're going to want to catch them before they make it to production users. All right, so it's pretty clear that we needed a standardized architecture. What were our options? Luckily, plenty of very smart people have already thought this through, and there are tons of options out there that have been developed over the years. I've highlighted 3 architectures here, MVVM, Viper, and Redux, but this certainly doesn't constitute the entirety of the field. I decided to highlight these because they're some of the more common buzzwords you'll come across, and also these were the architectures that we most seriously considered when we were thinking it through. Unfortunately, going through any one of these in depth would require a presentation of its own, so I'm mostly just leaving them here for reference. All right, so moment of truth, what did we choose at Duolingo? So we chose MVVM. Very exciting. All right, but why MVVM? So first off, it solves the massive view controller issue that some of you are likely familiar with the MVC architecture, and does this by more clearly defining a separation between the view layer and the model layer, so you don't end up with the, these massive UI view controllers with lots of business logic and network requests. It also has a relatively minimal boilerplate. This is especially true when contrasted to architectures like Viper, for instance, which in some ways you can think of as a more prescriptive version of MVVM, since it does things like define the navigation patterns explicitly. And this is nice, but yeah, it leads to more boilerplate. Companies like Uber and Slack have come up with great tools and harnesses to support their Viper architectures, but at Duolingo, we just felt like this was going to be too much overhead. And finally, we liked MVVM principles because they weren't too much of a departure from the Duolingo codebase. This is especially true when compared to Redux architectures. Redux attempts to solve tricky issues with state management by having a single shared application store which gets mutated and transmits updates via a unidirectional data flow. This works well for companies like Facebook, which have fully adopted it, from the ground up, but we felt like it was going to be too different from our existing code and also too much of a learning curve for our engineers. And it's also important to emphasize that choosing MVVM is really just the start of the story here. There are so many technical decisions that come after that. It's really just a high-level set of principles. So this becomes particularly true as you look at the model layer in MVVM. It's relatively clear that the views are for layout, and the view model is for view-specific state and business logic. But then that leaves all kinds of things like DB storage, networking, business-wide logic, and where does all that go? Could stick it in a single model component, but you probably don't want to do that because you'll just end up with a massive model layer, just like we had a massive controller layer in MVC. So there's no single right way to approach this, but I'm going to talk about what we did at Duolingo. So at Duolingo, we decided to divide everything in the model layer up into 3 sublayers. At the lowest layer are the clients that do the dirty work of interacting with the disk or the network. So yeah, think file client, network client, stuff like that. Then we have the data source layer, which sits on top of the network and file clients as a lightweight pass-through layer that abstracts the underlying APIs. And then we have repos that depend on data sources and other repos and serve as a lens on the data to the rest of the app, providing it to view models or other repos. All right, now let's talk about this in practice a little bit more and see how we can refactor that bad view controller from before. So yeah, as a reminder, we were observing every update to the user client directly in our view controller and then updating the title text depending on this has max subscription result. Now, under these MVVM principles, this view controller is much simpler. We can see that we are only depending on the VM here, which means we're only going to be updating the view when relevant data changes. And we can see that the underlying view has a much simpler API, which directly takes in a string, which will make it a lot easier to read, reuse, and snapshot test. Now, shifting to the view model, we can see that this is now where we were doing the conversion from the max subscription state to the title text. Not only is this nice and readable, it's also going to be a lot easier to unit test as long as the underlying repo is mockable. And finally, let's take a look at the repo itself. The repo handles pulling together the necessary underlying data from the other repos and data sources and then exposing a lens on it to the rest of the app. In this case, the max subscription repo is observing the subscription info repo and an immersive max local data source in order to generate an up-to-date has max subscription value. So this will now be easily consumable, for instance, from that VM that we were just taking a look at, or any other VM that we want to build using this data. And to tie it all together, I'll point out that the logic in the map here is what used to live in the user client. So now with this new architecture, we have a clear answer to the question of where and how to break up these massive monolithic objects.
So as you saw, the client architecture team came up with an architecture for us to follow. But that's really only the start of the battle. Dozens of developers, literally perhaps 50 active contributors, contribute to the iOS repository. So how did product engineers like myself begin to adopt the new architecture? The answer, of course, is that we paused development for a whole year to refactor the repository to MVVM, following the instructions by the CEO, Luis von Ahn. As you probably recognize, this screenshot was photoshopped. In reality, as a public company with billions of users, we need to ship new product features fast, but meanwhile adopt the architecture to ensure long-term scalability. This is by no means easy to balance. So here are some measures we adopted for a more gradual adoption of the architecture. First, we created a simple app. This is an isolated app that's not the language learning app that you know of. With a few hard-coded users, there is a login screen, display preferences, settings page, and a list view. With a simple app, product engineers like myself get to learn how to handle user interactions, how to persist local values, how to present a new screen on top of the current one, and how to implement a collection view reactively. We found that the simple app to be really beneficial for us. The simple app provides actual code for developers and stakeholders. This allows developers to understand architectural principles concretely. It also makes it easy to discuss the trade-offs for granular architectural decisions. We also find that simple app works much better than production examples because production examples tend to get iterated over time and change, but the simple app can serve as the gold standard for best practices. Simple app is also much easier to onboard than production code. We tend to put custom components, navigations, and business logic in production, but the simple app only has the very basic functionality of an app. So the simple app helped me and other product engineers have a foundational understanding. While this type of general education was really helpful, applying the architecture in real production was still a different challenge. To solve this, we started what's called a pilot phase. For piloting, a designated member of the architecture team worked with product engineers like myself on a feature like this subscription upsell page. They would review our technical specifications, have brainstorming sessions and pair programming sessions with us, and review our pull requests. Many product engineers, including myself, found this phase to be particularly useful. Because even though we had simple app to look at for simple use cases for Duolingo app, it was still difficult to work with legacy code for complex features. The pilot phase injected a good amount of production examples with good practices. Second, the second benefit is that the pilot phase tested the architecture in real production with real production needs. With those feedback from product engineers, the architecture team modified and adapted the architecture for smoother adoption before rolling out more broadly to all engineers. The third benefit is that many of us were still onboarding to reactive programming while learning this MVVM architecture. The pressure to ship a new feature while learning a challenging thing can be really overwhelming. So having a knowledgeable resource that we could reach out to for any questions was really useful. Lastly, by having a few product engineers really familiar with the architecture, we were able to have a few key knowledge owners in different areas of the company. They could provide guidance for more engineers adopting the architecture. They were also really good advocates for the architecture. So I want to take a quick segue to talk about a tool that was really useful during the pilot phase before we roll out to all engineers. Since the architecture was still finalizing its shape during the pilot period, we want to steer people away from introducing new components without proper guidance. This way, we can avoid introducing bad examples of MVVM components. So we created this Slack bot called Taft, Test Automation Failure Tracking Tool. In the setup of the bot, we defined a set of file types based on their suffix and specify that file types such as data source, repository, view, VC, and VM are files that we want to monitor. And then whenever CI runs unit test job on a pull request, the unit test job will send a post network request to Slack to ping the architecture checker that a new MVVM components was added by this PR. Then someone in the architecture team will receive a message like this. Upon receiving a message, the architecture team will ask for renames if the new file doesn't really fit in the new architecture, or chime into the PR and suggest one-on-one guidance. In the same unit test CI job, we also check for violations of the architecture. So this includes the user client object that Carter previously talked about, and also UI table view and UI collection view data source, which is an indication that this PR did not introduce lists in the reactive way that we want them to. So again, similarly, the Slack bot will send a message to the architecture team when it detects a violation. This gives Carter and his team an opportunity to chime in and offer alternatives, like in this screenshot, really quickly. So that concludes the pilot phase of the new architecture. Now we have numerous product engineers who had experience with the architecture and good examples in the code base. We're now ready for mass adoption. So nowadays, whenever an iOS engineer introduces a new feature at Duolingo, they would need to use the MVVM architecture. Here are some tips to ensure the correct usage of the new architecture principles in an ever-changing code base. First is the arc checker system. This is really similar to the task bot that I previously mentioned in the pilot phase. So similarly, it's detecting potential components that were added that were MVVM components or potential violations. And here are some regex that we used. The GitHub bot will tag an architecture reviewer, and in this case, Carter. The GitHub bot will automatically assign Carter for review, and the pull request cannot merge to master until the checker approves it. This can ensure that any pull request that adds a new component will have to be checked by an architectural checker. So this is an approval message. Meanwhile, Carter and his team sent shoutouts for engineers adopting the MVVM architecture. This offered positive reinforcement for product engineers and also provided us with latest examples of MVVM in the code base. As I previously mentioned, working with legacy code remains the biggest challenge for mass adoption, as the majority of the code base was still MVVM. I want to go through particular one example that previously mentioned, the user client, which contains all user property. Previously, whenever we invoke any field in the user client object, we need to inject the entirety of the user client class. And the class that usually causes is the repository or the view model. This made the repository and view model really hard to mock and test. To break down a monolith object like this, with tons of fields and computer properties, we created a new repository for each user client field, like user ID, subscription info, course, etc. So now, the username field becomes a repository that looks like this. It injects the user client and exposes the username any publisher. The publisher emits whenever the username field change. To use this repository, the publisher will get subscribed in a reactive manner. This makes a class that uses a username field much more modular and easier to test. So now we will do so for every single field in the user client repository. As you can probably imagine, pretty soon we started finding that all of these user field repositories look similar. All of them have a protocol to expose a publisher, as well as a value to be called in synchronous contexts. All of them implemented the publisher the same way by observing changes from the entire user model and mapping the user model to grab the relevant field, and then publishing unique updates. So duplicate code is annoying to write, but most importantly, it increases surface area for user error. For instance, as you probably detected, the second example forgot to add remove duplicates. This is a very easy mistake to make and will result in excessive publishing of a field. This is not just an issue we saw with the user client object. As we created more standardized layer and components naturally with the MVVM architecture, it seemed as if we started introducing more boilerplate code in the code base. This could make the architecture unpleasant to adopt for product engineers. I'll hand it off to Carter to talk about how his team tackled this issue.
All right, so there are plenty of ways to handle this boilerplate issue, but at Duolingo, we ended up leaning pretty heavily on Swift macros, and I wanted to talk a bit about how, we utilize them. So to start, what are Swift macros? Very simply put, macros are tags starting with either the @ or £, which generate code at compile time. If you're familiar with C macros, they might look a little familiar, but don't let this scare you. Swift macros can only generate new type-safe code, which is verified at compile time, so they're ultimately safer and more powerful. Don't worry about the code here, the details, but this is just to show Swift macros in action. Here we're just generating another init based off this convenience init. And I think, as you may already be able to surmise, a tool like this is very powerful for the kind of issues that Sinyu was just alluding to with our user client wrapper repos. So this is the user client wrapper repos, lots of duplicate, or lots of very similar code, I should say. And this is what they look like now with our macro implementation. All you need to do is write the protocol, and then the macro will implement the production implementation for you. So super nice. You may be wondering, wouldn't it be simpler to just use an Xcode template or maybe a shared utility function for this repeated code? And this is a good point, and I would recommend doing that where possible. But for cases like this, where the code is very similar, but the underlying variable and function names are different, templates tend not to be flexible enough, but macros are. You also might be wondering, couldn't we just write a script to generate this code for you? And it's true, that is an option, but there are still a few benefits to macros over this. One of the big ones is that if you had used a script to generate this code, then if you ever wanted to go back and make a change to the implementation, you'd need to not only update the script, but also go back and change all of the code you'd already committed, which is time-consuming and risky. So so say we wanted to add the remove duplicates function to all of our publishers. Now all we need to do is just add it to the single macro implementation. All right, as a final point on macros, I wanted to take a quick detour to talk about build time, since I know this is a hurdle for a lot of people when adopting them and was a hurdle for us. So when we first added macros, we were seeing, I think, a 10 to 20 second increase in our clean builds, which was too much. So we needed to find a hacky solution for this, which we did. And basically, we try to ensure that we're only rebuilding our macros package if the local developer has made a change. And we do this by first linking the package using this load plugin executable flag instead of Swift Package Manager. We then have a manual make command, which will only rebuild the package if the local developer has made a change. And then when you merge a PR to master, we check if you have made a change to the macros package, and if you have, we upload that binary to S3, so the next user or next developer to pull master just needs